broader audience. And we have to remember the mic situation. You want them to hear, you steal the mic, and I take it over here.
Just pipe up.
Or you can pipe up, or you can steal the mic. Meaning it's current configuration. Let me make sure it's picking me up. Yes, it definitely is, and it's current configuration. Just going to get my PPE on, get my gloves on, get the lights going so I could see. Yeah, well, it's a safety issue, is what it is. Oh, and we don't want reverb, so I'm turning the audio down on my phone. One thing about having the door open is that we will hear the compressor going on a lot more. Yeah. Yeah. We'll just try. If it just gets too warm, then we'll just open it up. No big deal, I don't think. No expletives. A different sort of environment. This is a family channel. It's family light. It's family light is... So... no, actually.
What?
I would prefer not. Okay, yeah.
Oh.
Sure, yeah. But, you know, we even it out. But nobody can hear you.
So that means I could swear because they won't hear me.
I'm not bet. I mean, they might be picking something up. Even. Let me watch the audio. So it's still picking me up, even though I'm pretty far away.
Okay. Like, is it getting you?
It's getting some of you. I'm a lot stronger. To get you, say something.
Damn, that's crazy.
Okay. Well, D word already early into the stream.
I asked permission.
Yes, but let's say we just get a certain amount. Let's say.
I will not have a quota.
Yeah, you have to have a quota.
I will not be restricted like this.
Restricted
You're funny.
or booted off stream. How about that? Oh, do I have somebody in chat? I guess I have chat right here. Montana Ceratops, how are you doing?
True, it is just like a Marvel movie.
One swear word per stream. With Deanna here, I mean, that's the goal. She has a bit of a mouth, so this new microphone is going to test that, because over there, you can probably hear her a little bit, but she has to take the mic. I have a new AV setup that should really help with our audio issues. I'd rather have my voice coming in too loud so you can turn me down on your headphones than not being heard at all. Right now, half of the extractors are on. This is a noisy environment I'm speaking in. And when we do air abrasion, of course, we'll have the other extractor turned on, but you'll find that you'll still be able to hear me, which is wonderful. But this is a microphone you got to get up close to. So when Deanna wants to say something,
I just yoink it over here. I just steal it.
now
Montana
say
says,
that again, but closer. Let's see if that comes in better.
if I want the microphone, I can just steal it.
Really, really close.
I could just steal it.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I mean, it's not necessary to get that close most of the time, but if there's a lot of noise in the background, it's...
Yo, that was my coworker. He just followed us. That's crazy. Hi, Matt.
Yo. Remember,
Hi, Matt. How are you?
is that Donk Stritch?
Yes.
Donk, so we got Donk
Literally
Stritch.
one of the only coworkers I actually liked. The others were mean.
Paulosaurus, glad you're here. So we just started the stream. We're just gearing up, getting our PPE on. getting things into play. So those familiars with the stream know that I've been working on a specimen of Ferriotis. Ferriotis, thought it was Encostus at first. It's actually a testis.
Fool.
Yeah, I'm a
You
fool.
absolute buffoon.
I'm an absolute buffoon. Uh, but let's just throw an image there. That's Priscacura. We don't want that. That's Ferriotis. So it did look like a big piranha, but it was actually more likely an ancestral arowana. We have the ribs here. We've been moving our way to the skull, and yeah, last stream we started hitting our first skull bone. It could be an operculum, something like that. I do plan to work on this during the stream, but I have something else Ferriotis related. So this is Eocene, about 52 million years old.
You want me to hold the plate?
Yeah, please hold the plate.
I'll hold the plate.
Try to show the camera. Let's see how well the camera can see that plate. This is how big of a fish. This is how big of a fish we're dealing with here.
Yeah. That's the whole.
And this is like, yeah, a dozen streams worth of fish, and a couple more to go in terms of getting it done.
Those are like,
But under the scope, you're not going to be able to see much here.
no.
Ferriotis got pretty big. I'm zoomed all the way out, and you're not going to be able to see much other than this frontal here. That's a bone from the top of the skull, frontal meeting with the parietal of a very large skull that a colleague had gifted me. It's from a very, very big fish. It's going to have big jaws, big teeth, and I want to work them out on stream. I want to test this matrix, see how it responds. So I have a little. I'll run this a few times, this slideshow, but my discovery and supporting of the other side. So I'm prepping it from the reverse side, as the side that was exposed to the water before it was buried. For the most part, was in bad shape. Is the advert going on? Adverts come, adverts go. I'll wait to show that slide, but this is easy to lift up. This is mostly plaster and polyethylene glycol backing this. You can get the hint that there's a fish skull under here. There's a pretty big fish skull at that. And we got Moobot running.
That head is as big as a full fish.
And yeah, now Moobot's warning about ads, which is fine, but you know what? Ad breaks happen. Preparation doesn't have to stop. In fact, I think that's probably preferred. I think this glove has LEDs that are dying. Have to replace the batteries. I use LED gloves so I can see where the sharp head of the tool is while I'm working on the specimen, because I don't want to inadvertently scratch the specimen if I like pull my head out of the way and then go back into work and then poke. I might hurt the specimen. I might break the carbide tip, and those aren't super cheap. What's that?
These are some chunky vertebrae.
Chunky vertebrae.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like young gaps within them.
Yeah, Ferriotis had chunky vertebrae. So 10 centimeter scale bar on this specimen. You can see how big the head is on the other side. Now it had already split out in the quarry, so there wasn't much work to be done on the other side. I figured I should flip it and prepare it from the other side, but I have to give it a sturdy archival backing before any of that. So here is the application of carbowax, that's polyethylene glycol, mixed with cheesecloth. That's going to get in all the pores. It's going to seal it up. It's going to create a sturdy backing that I won't feel bad pushing against. And on top of that, I add gypsona, which are pre-soaked plaster of Paris bandages. And a really really soft cloth as well that hardens to create a nice shell. So when you have a piece of shale that's paper thin, there are still ways you can work on that specimen. And so I took a photograph of that last night. You can see the plaster kind of rings around the specimen, and that's what I'm holding now. So I want to go after the jaws, do some work with that, and also work on finishing up the complete specimen of Testis. So this big head belongs to an Encaustus, most certainly. Encaustus was the only genus of Ferriotus that got to be this big. And it's a really, really big one, too. This skull would tie possibly for some of the bigger specimens. I'll take the baby back.
Also, so true, Matt. So true.
Ah, my automod is catching those bad words. I might reduce the filters a bit. I'm just being safe right now. Because ordinarily I'm using all those words, but I also like the profits that come from Instagram and, and stuff like that. So, and I know they're not looking at my chat, but maybe some little baby is or something. I don't know.
And
Little-
I had to stumble onto the Fossil Prep channel.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna have to think about what I'm going to start doing. I don't know what I'm gonna start with. Just have to remind myself what was happening here. You're too short for what? Everything?
What's your tongue? No, it's just I have to strain. I have to have good posture. It's whack. I have to have such good posture to actually see anything.
Posture is important. Okay, so now we're seeing all these fun, groovy little pitted scales. It's a little dusty from last time. You see some grains of sodium bicarbonate there. Let me orient myself with my pedals here. Let's dust that off. So there's abrasive work to be done here, but I think it's going to be a round of scribe work as well. I haven't tested this audio setup with the air scribe. I mean, it'll block out the noise of the air scribe, I expect, but if I try to talk over it, that's the question. Will anything happen? I believe I have put consolidant in here in the past. This area near where the saw came in and cut through the skull a little bit. It's a little softer, needs some TLC. But I did get consolidant through there. This is an abrasive region. I'm just going to hit some areas with air scribe. And we'll move on to abrasion, but I also want to hit that big skull block first. Well, next, I should say. Just clock in, lock in, clock in, lock in.
Yeah.
And I got you right here with me, chat. Ugh. Back to the grind. right, moving in with that air scribe. This is a real test of audio for the microphone. Whether it can pick me up while I'm scribing. Because ordinarily, I look over and I turn my volume off because it's just annoying for listeners, the folks in chat. And I totally get that. Totally do. But I found with air abrasion, at least in the tests, when I was talking over the extractors, my voice was coming through. Very happy with that. We got a raid coming in from the other doc. Thank you so much for the raid. Other doc, what goes on your channel? Mine tends to be noisy, so we're experimenting with some soundproofing right now. It's actually an incredibly loud room that I'm speaking in at the moment. I was going to give a shout out. Well, thanks for the raid, first of all. Another shout out to Good Kid, who are providing totally royalty-free soundtrack for the back of this video. They don't ask for any credit, but I want to give them some credit, and that's their logo down there. So I might pick this up on vinyl, actually. Been thinking about it. How you guys doing? You like fossils? You like paleontology? You like dinosaurs? You like salad? You like anime? You like I don't know. I'm just gonna keep working. I'm not. I don't want to be too much of a broken record. Please ask if you want to know about a process that's going on. I do discuss what air scribes are, what air abrasion is, all of that. But I don't want people to get too bored with me. So just ask questions. I have you right here. When I'm in the scope, I can't see you, but I turn my head just to the right, and you're right here, so I can see what you're saying. Other Doc says, hi, I mostly do games and RPGs, just playing Frostpunk, but headed over here because they saw that science was happening. Thank you so much, because science is happening, isn't it? So I'm working on a specimen of Ferriotis testis, an adult. It's probably about 12 inches 12 inches long. I'm going to transition pretty soon to an adult Ferriotis encostus. These were giant Eocene arowana, 52 million years old. I have a big head with huge teeth from this fish that I want to move on to working with. Deanna's working on a different fish called Myoplosis from this same unit, the Green River Formation, which is in southwestern Wyoming. All these Eocene vertebrates today. That's the theme of the day, and we'll keep on it. And another Doc, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. And for the initiated, I should say, what I'm using here is called an air scribe. They're based off designs for industrial air engravers. But what you'll note with this air scribe, that this tip does not appear to be moving under the microscope. It's locked in place, and it's vibrating at thousands of beats per minute, but I can adjust that as I twist and grip the tool. It has a spring against the piston that can reduce the length of the spring while while compressed air is moving through, and change the amount of beats per minute. So I feel like right now it's pulverizing a little more than flaking these layers of oil shale. So what I'm going to do is stretch out the spring a little bit, lower the beats per minute, and yeah, you're going to see some bigger pieces flake off. This is called a zoic ballure. It's a tool built specifically for fossil preparation. I'll move out a little bit so you can see sort of the shape of the tool I'm working with. Right now I'm zoomed in about 30 magnification. And today I'm experimenting with a higher end audio video setup. So I know not everything I say is going to be captured perfectly, but I expect it to be captured much better than in previous streams. Unstable dias, do I pronounce that right? So effectively, yes. Generally, in most sediment, the fossil bone ends up being harder. I'll hesitate to say stronger, but at least harder than what you might expect. In this case, the fish bone and scale are hard, but they're brittle too. So a little too much impact and they'll break up into a bunch of dust. Whereas the sediment is oil shale. The layers, you can watch that here. The layers are kind of bound together. They almost feel sticky. And having spent time in the fossil quarries, there are even pools of oil under the plates. As you lift them up, you lift up these plates a dozen feet long by a dozen feet wide sometimes. So that stickiness can be good. It keeps the pieces of shale intact, but it can also be bad. It can stick to the bone more than you want it to, and it will bring the bone with it. There are units within the Green River Formation called the split fish zones, which are layers of stickier matrix that are more likely to split fish in half rather than preserving the whole. Right now we're in the 18-inch layer. This is literally an 18-inch layer thick region of the formation that represented the very bottom of the lake during a single period of deposition. And this sediment is less likely to want to rip the bone apart. That said, we have to act as if that's all going to happen, no matter what. So generally with air scribes, I try not to remove sediment from the bone. I'm priming this for air abrasion, where I will use sorted grains of sodium bicarbonate blasted through an air hose. It's like a micro sandblaster, which will not match the hardness of the bone, but will ablate the matrix away. And I'll be doing that shortly. If that answers your question. I'm interested to hear how many people are hearing me over the scribing. And you see these little areas here where there is fossil bone. You know, it's hard sometimes to expect whether or not you're going to run into something, especially at this magnification. That's an acceptable degree of scratch. We call them marks of discovery. Using air abrasion can avoid that, but you don't want to put 3 barrels worth of powder into a single fish. Nor does powder do everything. In certain places, it can actually be more damaging. Like you'll see around the vertebrae, which look beefier. They are physically beefier, but they are softer inside. They want to blow up, and so I really have to inundate them with a consolidant like B76 before I ever decide to blast them. So little regions like this, sometimes I'll poke a hole just so I can get into that vertebrae and add consolidant. But sometimes we want to have little cracks. When I say consolidant, again, it's not... Consolidants are often used as glues, but when you're gluing something and when you're consolidating it, it is two different things. A consolidant holds stuff together. It's like it's glue when you're gluing 2 pieces of bone together, but when a bone has 1,000,000 cracks running through it, a consolidant propagates through all those cracks, and then usually most of the consolidants we use are solution consolidants, so it's in some kind of liquid that has a high vapor pressure that moves out of there really fast. So acetone is the most common. I use ethanol here for reasons I can get into when they come up. But these are just running through the terminology we use. I understand it's not just paleo-oriented people that find me here. Another reason we dig down through the matrix as much as we can before we abrade isn't just from a material standpoint, saving on baking soda, but if you start to tunnel while you're air abrading, make these little tunnels through Matrix, you can't really see whether or not you're hitting bone sometimes. Then you end up with a big surprise. You went through half a centimeter of bone or scale because you left too much Matrix. Matrix makes us blind. I feel like I could make an album with all those words I just spoke. Matrix makes us blind. This is a new little experiment, talking while I'm air scribing. Believe it or not, this room is incredibly loud. The reason we have muffs on. A shout out to the Jang. Last Sunday he raided. For any paleo people trying to remember, Jang is one of the biggest Lego Twitch/YouTubers. He does a lot of live building of things, so not just Legos, but he paints models. He has a lot of compressors running. So off stream, he gave me some advice and equipping a loud room with audio that will at least help engage an audience a little more. And so I am equipped with that stuff right now. Thanks for the follow, Chi52, or Cheese. Possibly Cheese is what that's meant to be. I like it. So these are the individual vertebrae. One here, and there's a bump where the centra connect. The vertebra here, it's the middle of the centrum, and this is where two centra connect. So we'll go back to some of the vertebrae that are prepped out already. Ferriotis are covered in thick scales. They're covered in thick scales, so often the scales overlap the vertebra. But these are these areas I was talking about that I like to see, these voids that I can throw consolidant in. You see how spongy they can be in there. But this vertebra more or less is not covered in scales. This needs a little more work with air abrasives. But this is one centrum connecting to another here. Fish vertebra are generally concave on either side, and they come to a little point in the middle. These are all lined up here, but going into the plate here. And I am just priming the vertebrae close to the skull for air abrasives. How are you doing? Any updates?
Skull. I'm not gonna expose the eye to skull.
We'll see how much of that audio came through. I think some of that audio would have come through because we don't have the big extractor on. I've been testing this with the big extractor, which will come on when I do aerobrasion.
The camera won't towards you.
What's that? Nope. Yeah.
Sure.
That's correct, Montana Ceratops. There are different kinds of vertebrae. Amphicoelus is what we were describing. There's also Epistocoelus, some sauropod vertebrae. Epistocoelus. The crocs are Epistocoelus. Crocodilians, the anterior end of the vertebral centra convex, and the posterior is concave. I am excited to work on that big periods head. Even in the 18-inch layer matrix, it's on which you're in, how long the fish was exposed to atmospheric rain when it was quarried, things like that. If it was exposed to the sun for too long, UV can really break apart bone. This was picked up by a colleague, this head I'm talking about, because somebody didn't notice it. Even though it's not a complete fish, on this channel we still find massive fish jaws with teeth in them interesting, especially if they're 52 million years old. We got an Arduino raiding in with a party of raiders. Raiding in with a party of raiders. How's everyone doing? How was your stream? Hey, 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 what's up? What do you guys do on your stream? We're just working on fossils here. We're working on fossil fish is the theme of the day. And you know what? Serendipitous, I was just about to pull back. Long story short, this is a new audio setup. Because we're in an extremely noisy room. We're using very loud equipment, and the audio has always been a nightmare. So this is the first day on the new setup, and I have a couple new specimens to be worked on as well. So right here is a fish called Ferriotus testis. This is 52 million years old. It's from the Eocene period. So this is just after the mass extinction that killed the dinosaurs. So it did not swim around with the dinosaurs, but it did swim around a big lake in Wyoming. At 52 million years ago, Wyoming had the continent's biggest lake system, the fossil lake system. So that's where this guy is from. We've been working toward the head. You can see in the upper right hand of your screen, we have an image of Ferriotus encostus, a different species, but the same sort of thing. They look like piranha, but it's actually an ancestral arowana. And so you got some ribs there and everything. Kind of cool, but it's about a 12-inch fish. Hold up the plate here. But I like things that are bigger sometimes. So a colleague happened across a fossil. I'll show you in a slide here. So this is sitting in front of me right now, but the last couple of days I took this big skull. This is a Ferriotus encostus, a big fish. It had been upwards of 3 feet long, maybe in the 2.5 feet range. This side of the fish is not in good condition. It was split out in the quarry. It was exposed to UV and rain. Not great. So I have to prep it from the other side. So I flipped it around. The shale is very thin. I used polyethylene glycol or carbowax, also known as Miralax. You melt that, you mix it with cheesecloth, you press it onto the fossil after consolidating it. That gives you a strong backing. And just to be extra certain that I can work on this, I added a plaster of Paris. Plaster of Paris in the form of gypsona, which is what doctors will commonly use to make casts out of. So I have that specimen in front of me right now, and I was wanting to take an air scribe to it before we start aerobraiding. You might be familiar with my Instagram viral videos where I aerobraid fossils. This might end up being one of them. So that was the fossil as it was last night, totally finished and ready for work. And I have that right in front of me. It's light enough to just hold like a wood chip, you know. I think I'll do a little work on that now. Didn't think about where I would put this down. Could you put it on the counter over there? Careful. Thank you. It's a nice fish.
Careful.
Yeah. Yeah, be careful.
That's not my job.
Thanks for following Verte TV and Nerdwino. I really appreciate the follow, so you know when I go live, because I do go live pretty randomly. But my Sunday stream is what's regular, if anything.
They watched a SpaceX launch.
They're space nerds. You watched a SpaceX launch. Did it just happen? Was it a live launch? We're gonna go to Florida in January, and I'm planning to see a launch. But last I looked, the launch schedule wasn't up.
That's a flex.
That's really cool. Yeah, I used to live not far from Vandenberg in California, and when the big ones would go up, you could see. I didn't have the schedule at the time, but I did watch the Delta Heavy go up and out. That I planned to watch, and that was pretty cool.
Sometimes when we're in the field, we can see, what is it, SpaceX constellations go up.
Yeah, yeah. So, we dig up dinosaurs 3 months a year. That's when the stream goes dry, because we're in the middle of nowhere in Montana, and we do see those constellations just after launch, and then 90 minutes later, and you see as they start separating and they get less bright. Yeah, that was a pretty wild thing to witness. And I was in Florida once, and I watched a Falcon 9, and it's really cool that for upper stage separation, all the colors, just that burst, uh, is really fun. Middle of nowhere, Montana. Well, yeah, yeah, yeah. I wouldn't call those middle of nowhere, but Hinsdale, Glasgow is literally themed. They're
That's
what
their
do you call it?
slogan.
Their slogan is middle of
They're
nowhere.
not like, oh, that just says middle of nowhere. Get lost. Yeah.
I'm asked if these pieces, these fish, come to us in this natural state, or if they're casted. These blocks of oil shale are really easy to transport on their own in a wood crate. So typically nothing special is done to them uh, for transportation. There are some cases where you might put plaster backing on them, but this case is unusual because the skull I'm working on is in a really thin piece of shale, but it's going to be thick bone, relatively thick for a fish. Uh, and that tends to be very porous, and it wants to blow up. So I'm going to periodically be adding consolidant to this. That's a plastic bead dissolved in either ethanol or acetone. There you have B76. It's B76 in solution in ethanol, also known as Bootvar. Right, we use Everclear. Ideally, you want 200 proof alcohol to mix your consolidant with, but 190 proof Everclear, it's much cheaper than getting it from a chemical company, and it does the same thing. The point in using alcohol or acetone is that they evaporate really fast, so they'll leave that plastic bead behind fast enough for you to get back to work. And they're also archival, so unlike human lifespan scales, they don't break down. Unlike some glues like epoxies, you ever see somebody gluing a fossil with epoxy, in about 50 years it's going to be all falling apart. We're scientists, we do scientific fossil preparation here. It's slower, but it's designed to make these things last because, we we see data. This isn't art. I hear a lot of preparators. So I'm a paleontologist, but my specialty falls within fossil preparation. I'm a fossil preparator. It's a branch that deals with conserving fossils in particular. It's very different from art conservation, and it's very different from art. I have a lot of colleagues refer to what they do using arty terms, like, oh, it's just kind of like art. It's not art.
They say it like mixes art and science, and it's like that kind of cheapifies it.
I don't have a problem mixing art and science. It's just what we do, that's not it. And a little more explanation for people who aren't really familiar with who we are and what we do. I'm Steve Clausen. I, full time by day, manage the lab at Badlands Dinosaur Museum in Dickinson, North Dakota. We're a federal repository, and we have the largest field program for finding dinosaurs in North America. And by night, I own my own lab where I get to experiment with things that aren't dinosaurs. So this is that lab. Coming up soon, I have a similar setup I'm bringing to the museum lab where we have a complete tyrannosaur articulated. That means all the bones are together in an epistotonic posture. That's the death pose, the rigor mortis death pose that you see in all these classical theropod fossils. It's a really cool. The work is really tough. We airlifted it out using a Chinook, a dual rotor helicopter in 2021. It took years to get ready for it to be airlifted. It was the heaviest fossil ever airlifted, and 11,000 pounds, almost 11,000 pounds. Yeah, we've chopped a couple thousand pounds off of it in a few years. Deanna is a contract preparator for the Bureau of Land Management, so she works in that lab as well. And while we're on the Tyrannosaur talk, I Friday 2 o'clock p.m. I think I'm going to be able to do it this week. That's Mountain Time. That's U.S. Mountain Time. This is what it looks like from above. Now, this isn't an actual image of the fossil. This is an image of what's buried in the concretion. And since we started working, we've gotten the whole tail prepared. We've gotten the legs. We've gotten the belly ribs. It has a whole gastro basket. I have the ilium out, but I am still working on the back, into the neck, into the skull. I'm still, Deanna and I should say, aren't even halfway through this concretion. It takes a lot of work, but I do have one of these camera setups on it now, so I want to be able to stream from the museum, but also give you a good experience. Not just have me watch me doing bulk matrix removal, but doing stuff under the microscope.
The microscope setup we've got there is so nice.
And if you're ever interested in visiting, we have a number of other Tyrannosaur skulls we've dug up. We have two incredible Displetosaurus skulls from adult individuals, one of which ties or possibly is the biggest known Displetosaurus. That's Displetosaurus wilsoni. It's a new species, its own holotype. We believe this Tyrannosaur is a subadult, so like a teenage Displetosaurus. These are not Maastrichtian. Rather, they're Campanian. They're late Cretaceous, about 76 million years old. Maastrichtian is 66 million. That's the era of T-Rex. That's when that asteroid came and knocked everything out. We're working on its ancestors, Displetosaurus being a likely candidate for an ancestor of Tyrannosaurus. So it's not quite as big, but it's really cool, and they're harder to find. And we're really happy to have one. So today we do fish, but I can say a bad thing. I can say to me that the fish are more exciting. And I think I've earned that at this point. But getting back to Ferriotis, you saw the slideshow of this piece, of course. But let's look at what a complete specimen would look like. This is what a complete specimen would look like. I'm about to work on just the head, but just the head is bigger than, a human hand. And it's got really gnarly teeth. It wasn't swimming around with the dinosaurs, but I think it was still pretty cool. Still pretty cool. So definitely, I will try to get that stream set up at the Dinosaur Museum Friday 2 p.m. Mountain Time, like I said, but that's a whole different audio video issue. I'm just starting to figure it out here, but there it's a little different. So no 100% promises, but I think it's more likely than not. So stick around for that. I'm going to do some air scribing on this skull block now, see how it responds, and then I'll get the fun stuff out, the air abrasives. So in the quarry, when this split off from the plate underneath, it left some bone intact. This is a perfect surface as it split off. But over here you see some bone was left in the ground, and geology nerds might recognize this right here. This is what the hollow spaces in the bones were ultimately filled with. This is a little calcite crystal. And we see these all over the place when we break bones in two. Because after 52 million years, hollow cavities don't stay hollow. It's fitting that they are filled with calcite because they're surrounded by a limey oil shale. So the calcite in the grains of sediment that bind the bone, over thousands of years, leached into the bone, growing pure crystals. As it turns out, calcite really likes to grow on calcium phosphate, which is what the bone happens to be made out of. As if somebody built it. Bone is composed of calcium phosphate. You see a little bit of that here too. And this is going to be a really fragile region. That's why I brought your attention to it. So I'm going to add some consolidant. I'm going to take some of this B76 and I'm just going to give it a splash. Whereas other consolidants leave a really shiny finish, this will leave more of a matte finish. And we have no qualms about just blasting the heck out of these thicker bones. Again, this is B76, also known as Butevar, in a 18% solution of 190 proof ethanol. There's a lot of terminology for you. Just like Deanna said, it's just Everclear. You just they say you have to use it with 200 proof ethanol. No, there can be some water in there. Everclear is 190 proof. It can still drive a car. It can still preserve. Exactly. Ella Rain, don't go to bed. It's not good for you. It's not good for you. You got to stay here. That's official medical advice from the Fossil Preparation Channel. I don't ever sleep, obviously. Yeah.
Sorry for calling you off.
They know because I often stream until... I've streamed until 5 a.m. in the past. Except during the week when I gotta go to that sad dinosaur job. Did you take your B76? Or am I going crazy? No, I put it in front of me. Yeah, I stole yours because it was closer than mine. I'm just going through some of these areas that need consolidating. I had squirted some paraloid on it the other day. Good night, Dongstrich. Thank you for being here. I really, really appreciate you hanging around, chatting. Yeah, for non-paleo people, you know, the raiders that hang around, you know, we share some interests. I am interested in rocketry. I am dragging her to the Space Center, Kennedy Space Center. Because you haven't lived until you've seen the space shuttle in person. It's just so huge and it's just so astonishing. And also the Saturn V. So crazy the way they have it on display, and you just immerse yourself in history there. Great history of science as well. Being scientists, that's really what gets us. Now this area did absorb a lot of B76, but I'm giving it more. Wow. Magister, however I say your name. I like that. Says it's 6:02 a.m. and they're just glued, parentheses, consolidated to the screen right now. Nerduino has a PhD in astronomy. Yeah, I think I found that too. For some reason, from the paleontology point of view, I have a lot of or it could be a Twitch thing. Like a lot of anime people, like it's like, have you seen? Have you seen? Yeah, paleo has a lot of interesting interests. I'm not disparaging any of it. I mean, I know that the furry community is big in paleo. You can be a furry, you can be a scientist. That's true. Montana Ceratops is a furry. There you go.
Oh,
There are lots of intersecting things that aren't necessarily science related. The furry aspect, I wouldn't even say it's not an interest more than like a like sort of how some of the lifestyle, right? Or is it an interest? Does it categorize that way? And in terms of this channel's goal, I don't care who you are, just treat your fossils right at the end of the day. Just treat your fossils right. That makes sense. It's an interest for some, a lifestyle for others.
makes sense why some of the scientists and like a lot of doctors are furries because like fursuits are expensive. Like the really nice ones, like 50K for an all nice one.
I've heard they are expensive. That's right. Hashtag fossil rights. I'm going to take an airstrike here now. This looks sturdy enough. That's pretty satisfying. Here, especially where it was a little weathered, the sediment loves to coming off, heaving off, but there's a veil of insecurity in that bone. It looks very sturdy. I guarantee you, if I poke it too hard, it'll turn into powder, turn into a million little pieces. Yeah, manual dexterity is major in the field of fossil preparation. A lot of the best volunteers I've ever had were either surgeons or veterinarians. In fact, I have one veterinarian right now who's still actively practicing veterinary medicine. And I have one occasional volunteer who is a medical doctor who also performs surgery. So fossil surgery. It's more like, yeah, medicine meets forensic pathology. And these things are dead, obviously, but we're putting a great amount of weight into keeping them around for a while. I don't like how this is moving a bit. This is wobbling around. I don't like it. Let out a little more. Let me see. Sometimes if I get it on a paper towel.
That goes crazy hard, actually. That's really cute.
I like Suski Tyrannus.
But to name a pet dog, that's so cute. Okay, so we got a lot of male vets or married to vets.
What's that?
Read the chat. got a lot of people who are like friends with or married to vets. That's crazy cool.
Yeah, please send your wife over to the channel. Maybe she'll find a new hobby. I have helped a medical doctor and veterinarian find a new hobby. It can be a little pricey up front to, of course, to get all the tools you need, but I mean, I know people really into gaming that have spent more money on that than I have this. He's a proper doctor, and you just pretend. Oh. Yeah, a lot of vertebrate paleontologists with PhDs. That's how they describe their life. I stopped at master's. Thanks for the follow, DW Frack. That's how it's pronounced. Thanks for following, Christy S. Thanks everyone for the follows. It's really important, just so you know when I go live, because I have a sort of a loose schedule, but Sundays you're guaranteed to find me here 10 Mountain Time. I'll do 3 or 4 hours pretty often. But I will pop in randomly in the dinosaur lab too. So you want to see dinosaur stuff happening, more likely to be random. So I'm going to try to do regular on Fridays, around 2 p.m. U.S. Mountain Time. Spending some time with a Tyrannosaur skeleton. So now I'm using a coarser air scribe so I don't have to wear down that really, really precious thin tungsten on that velour. These are both air scribes by Zoic Paleotech. These are tools designed specifically for fossil preparation. And as always, I will get to air abrasion today. We'll see how it treats this specimen, but definitely to the smaller Periotis as well. Yeah, so all of these air scribes have tungsten carbide tips. Some are complex in design, some are more simple. This one's fairly simple. So you have this tip that is attached with a spring inside of the chamber here, where we have an O-ring that makes a seal with the air as it comes out, and then excess air is pumped out right here. That actually helps blow sediment off of your specimen, so that's a good feature. The tools come apart here where you can take out the tip, replace them. They need regular lubrication. The O-rings need silicone grease, and it does take a little bit of air tool oil, whereas tools like this really only need lithium grease. What's that? Sorry, what's that?
Oil.
Oil? You need oil? Needs air tool oil. This tool is built in a much different way. It's much more complex. It really only needs lithium grease and not that oil to run regularly. But this tip is so fragile. I mean, tungsten carbide is hard, but it is, of course, just like the fossil bone, brittle. If you drop an air scribe, you're going to break a tip. Every time somebody drops an air scribe, the tip breaks, and the tips can be $30 at cheapest. Some of them are $100 on tools like this to replace. These aren't cheap tools. So I try to wear them down appropriately, and I try to pick out the air scribe that's right for the activity at hand. And right now it looks like I have more matrix to dig through than to remove from bone. So I choose this model at the moment, this Zoic Velociraptor Mark II Zoic Paleotech. You'll also notice this is not a piston-based tool. You can especially tell because this is all blurry right here. Sometimes I can see where the tool is going to touch the rough, but the closer I go in, the more blurry it is. The tip rotates inside of the housing, which means it's not a bad tool. It's designed for a specific purpose, but I don't want to take this and touch the bone with it. Because when this tool is on, it's on right now. And now it's off. There's barely any difference because this is locked in place with a piston. A 6-head piston. He held that in place. This sort of spins around randomly. The nature of the two designs. Well, that's a healthy fear. Titanoceratops. And everybody has broken one. Anybody who's been doing this long enough and tells you they've never broken a tip, I have severe doubts. Because when I started out at the Field Museum, that's when I would have the fear of God put in me. When you break that tip with Connie and Akiko. Excuse me? That's mean. She's not scary, she just has opinions. It's running. You have to run it into the cloth. Okay, so I see there's some bone or organic matter there that I didn't expect. Is that bone? Maybe. It's always fun, though. I mean, it's not lost on me that this hasn't seen the light of day in 50, closer to 53 million years. And you get to watch it happen live. This isn't being as responsive here. Tricky angles on this one. Thanks for following, Jolly Jarfly. Thank you so much. What's everyone doing while they're watching us? I get curious about that sort of thing. Some people do their homework. Some people are at work. The interesting thing to listen in, not have that viewing experience. I like to think I'm somewhat interesting. Yana, not so much. It's quiet. Nothing. Not nothing. She's locked in. Thanks for going in the server. I'll put up that reference photo occasionally. It just gives you a little more space to see what's happening. Wow, misadventures in Astros, setting up a cloud server so they can upload images from their custom all-star camera at home, let people view it remotely whenever they want to check the skies near the telescopes. That's really cool. That's sort of the spirit of what this channel is. Trying as best as possible to have people see what I'm doing, what we're doing, and why we enjoy it so much. To do like a little ADHD thing and switch to the other fish for a moment. This one is doing well as a air as a air scribe fish so far. I'm not like inclined to take air abrasives to it right now, based on how the sediment is just breaking off of the fish. There is that specimen. So where my fingers here are, right here, there's this would be the eye region, this would be the mouth here, and then the back of the skull all the way over here. So it was a huge individual. It's just only the head was spotted in the spoil pile at the quarry, but still worth the time. Plaster capped with polyethylene glycol inside, so everything is hugged. But we're gonna do air abrasives on the smaller complete Ferriotis now. Could you grab? Did you put that? You put that somewhere?
Yeah.
Thank you. Deanna's working on this lovely Myoplosis fossil fish. Got a little bloated in the belly from decomposition gases. I was showing off your fish.
Very happy with how that's turned out. I'm really happy with how the caudal fin turned out so far.
What's a little about yourself? Like, what's your favorite cookie? Which
Chocolate chip supremacy. I don't know. About me? I'm from Massachusetts and I ended up in North Dakota. So.
What's your favorite salad dressing?
I don't like being put on the spot with these questions.
What's your favorite salad dressing?
I don't know. Does balsamic count?
Balsamic counts. That's fine.
Russian?
Russian?
I feel like it's to be expected. It's enough that I just ate borscht.
You just ate borscht.
I had another bowl of borscht.
Girl is obsessed with borscht. Looks like a sonic screwdriver. Our curator of the museum, Denver Fowler, he thought of the tiny little gun in the first X-Men. Sorry, not X-Men. Men in Black. Men in Black, when Will Smith is given that tiny little cricket gun. He's like, it's like the little cricket. It's the Balur, Balaur model air scribe from Zoic Paleotech that has a 1.5 millimeter tungsten carbide tip. It's one of the finest air scribes ever made. Yes, people get ad breaks, but for the subscribers, they can hear what I have to say. What's that? You can tell them about the new logo.
Yeah, I made a logo for the channel. based on a specimen Steve prepped God knows how long ago.
Yeah.
You know more about the animal itself.
Tell them about the logo.
I don't know. It's not necessarily tracing, but I couldn't make it as crunchy as the actual fossil looks, because otherwise, I don't know. You have to simplify it a little bit to make it look aesthetically pleasing, more pleasing.
So, yeah, I think it's a fitting logo. I think it's a fitting logo for the channel. That
Fun.
it's an illustration over the not the holotype specimen. It's the I think it's the paratype of Paleontologists didelphoides. I prepared that back in 2011, 2012 at the Field Museum. If you search Paleocynopa, it's one of the first specimens to come up. It's ancient creodont relative that was likely semi-aquatic. Also a Green River Formation specimen, so from the same unit we've been working on here. And also, I just, hold on, let me go into OBS. I feel compelled to thank Good Kid because they don't ask anybody to pay anything for their music. They don't ask for acknowledgement, anything like that, and it's good background. A lot of good background tracks I can use and introduce, so you can sort of veg out while you're watching what I'm doing. This is Ghost King's Revenge, and I did pay for this, by the way. You have the option to click $0 when you download it, but go on their SoundCloud, get some of their music, get their vinyl. I would like to get the vinyl. It was just the shout out. Shout out to Good Kid. Thanks for the support, Helgrat. Appreciate it. Okay, so now... I'm not sure. It might be. Could be a culprit.
Not on the skull, please.
I'll just hope there's not a poop on the skull. There's a lot of fossil poop on Green River fish. I think I'm going to get to doing some air abrasion. Let me see. I still have some scribe work to do. Still have some scribe work, but I'll let you know. Fish are so cool. I don't know how many non-paleo oriented folk are still hanging around, but I think it's been a while since I asked anybody what their favorite extinct organism is. Now I can do the lame thing and say, "What's your favorite dinosaur?" And it could be a dinosaur, sure. But let's open it up to other possibilities. Your favorite extinct organism? Some people like mammoths and mastodons. Some people like T-Rex. I do like T-Rex. That's up there, always up there on my list. Humans, well, on some degree, inevitably, at some point, they still wouldn't be my favorite. What about Paleocampa anthrax? The Locopodium. That was a polycade at one point. What about Dynamo Terror? Dynamo Terror, Dynamo Terror Dynasty. Dynasty. Quite an amazing name for a single-boned animal. Half of a frontal, I think. I think there's been postcrania described now by Andrew McDonald, but it's just so silly to me. Homo naledi, yeah. I would have saved that name for, I don't know, something a little more complete. I'd take the smallest little fossil fish. We actually have a tiny little fossil fish from the Judith from our Holger site. I was just digging around and I noticed the scales. It's no bigger than a few inches long. We should name that something like Dynamo Terror so people actually read the paper. The fish. We have to. What if I were to agree to prepare and describe the fish? I need a ridiculous name. I would commit to that name. Um, like the clam megalodon. Oh, the bug. Yeah. Hot Wheels Sisyphus. Hot Wheels is the genus. Sisyphus is the species. We need to do that, but for the little dead. I mean, it's certainly a holotype. It's a little Nidia herring-looking Teleos thing, and I think it has at least the back of a head. But it's the same. I mean, it's already partially prepared. Everything I've done with that fish has been exclusively pin vice, because it's in clay, and the clay really sticks, and the scales are just as thin as tiny diplomistus. The matrix is just not forgiving. Emo and punk. Hot Wheels. This is Mothra. Well, that's another thing I want to emphasize. That's a Judithian dinosaur site. A Judithian dinosaur site. So if I had no prior experience working on small things, especially fish, not just digging them up, but just sitting down with them and looking at them and working with them on the scope, I would never have seen that fish, because I certainly was not looking for a tiny little teleost in that Daspletosaurus quarry. But there's just a certain look to fossil scales. I turned around, I was like, wait a minute, you look like you're not just a piece of organic junk. You look different. And I got real close with my loop, uh, my magnifying loop, and there it was. So I just dug a big pedestal around it because I didn't know how big the fish would be, and we took it out. in a jacket like we would for any normal bone.
Did you still take it out?
We took that out 2 years ago. So when I'm looking at like a resume for a preparator, if we're hiring a seasonal or something, which we do on occasion, uh, I look for exposure to all kinds of things. I see a lot of. I worked on a turtle shell for 5 years, or I've been doing exclusively fossil fish. I've never touched a dinosaur bone. I've seen, and I don't blame somebody, but I look for people that have seen a lot of different material and worked with it firsthand. And I also prefer them to seen it in the wild as well. That's how I know somebody can be trusted with my fossils. And it's, you know, plenty of people say, "Oh, I've been doing this for 1,000 hours, 100 hours." They can't hear you, so they can only because we're yeah. So when the microphone's here, you hear me? Okay. You can take it when you need it. Yeah. 1,000 hours is more than you think it is. Uh, and I feel like you really have to keep track of your hours to understand exactly how much you've done and log them on different styles of projects as well. So 1,000 hours on dinosaurs, 500 hours on fish, all under the microscope. If somebody's never touched a microscope and they work in a fossil prep lab, you're going to have severe trepidation in hiring them. Uh, it's just a baseline thing that still hasn't been established in all fossil preparation labs. What's most important, I think, is the portfolio. So being able to have images of your work and being able to put your stamp on it. Hey, I did this. Maybe a really nice looking bone, like a cool scapula. And then a nice looking little thing, like a little salamander, a little fish. Maybe something Holocene, maybe something subfossil, like a mammoth. Maybe something more mineralized, like a bone from the Morrison Formation. Jurassic bone, Triassic bone. It's a whole spectrum of projects. Hi, Soul Guardian. Thanks for stopping in. So, how do I avoid uh, distorting the bone or the scale, especially where there are like indentations? I would call them muscle scars. There are muscle scars, and they're often pretty apparent on bone. Especially apparent. You'll notice when I start doing the air abrasion soon. Um, it's I think it's the same method I use for avoiding damaging scales, avoiding damaging, um, some of the most fragile elements of the fish, like the ends of the tail. You increase the magnification, You be mindful of your consolidants, that you can glue things in place and hold them together, and be mindful of your tool. So this tool, for example, this is uh, much too thick to touch a fossil, nor is the tip of it held in place with a piston, so it rattles around when I turn it on. Whereas this velour here, I'm going to be doing the fine work with this tip as opposed to that one. About knowing your tools, and when aerobrating, knowing what's going to respond better to the medium of choice. So I use sodium bicarbonate for most of these fish, but certain shales might take aluminum oxide a little better. Maybe baking soda just rips up the bone. It's the sort of thing you just get to know over time while doing it. The only reason I'm using this coarser air scribe right now is because I don't intend to touch bone. I'm just getting rid of the shale above it. And once you're within a few layers of bone, the shale gives you the hint that you're approaching it in many cases. So you just have to feel it out. Yeah, those fossil prep training courses at MSU, definitely worth it. If Scott is teaching, just know that he learned a lot of that from me. But it's definitely a step in the right direction. I have seen it put like at the front of a resume. I took this course at this school in fossil preparation. I think it's a good addition to a resume, but I think the beef of that resume should be things you did outside that course, and you could describe how you use that knowledge and where you learn different things from a different institution. So an institutional lab like a museum, the Field Museum, American Museum of New York in New York. You could go to a university. You could go to Virginia Tech and do prep in that lab, whether you're a volunteer or a new hire. Just the more places you go and you get that experience, the stronger that resume looks. Oh, I need a little oil.
I also got something.
What's that?
Got the basic one.
One thing with air scribes, they're very coarsely threaded. Never set those threads down on a surface where there might be sand grains, or you'll never get the tool open again. And I was talking earlier about how these work. So inside, here's the stylus is attached to this plate. The air makes a seal with that O-ring, and there's a spring inside that makes contact with the nozzle. So here's the end that the air comes out of. And I just have to add a little drop of oil in and around that O-ring. You're welcome, Soul Guardian. I am here for questions. I always get a little piece of paper towel. And oil is going to come out onto that paper towel. It's going to keep running. The reason why, the piston tools are what I use for the contact preparation with the bone and the scales is because they don't spit oil, those tools. They don't use much, if any, at all. Thanks for following, Phil Garden. No problem. This audio setup seems to be working. It's gonna let me be a little more communicative. You'll note I don't have to put everything down to go into OBS and change the sound settings every time I need to shift work environment or talk to chat. This is not cheap, this audio stuff, but I think it'll make it worthwhile because I am running an AirScribe right now. It's as loud as can be, and my voice is coming through. That's nuts. That's the power of good audio. I do again thank the Jang for those recommendations. You can see those little spittles of oil. They're getting on the matrix. I don't really care as much about the matrix. But if I have a pen that's spitting oil, I don't really want to get much of that on the bone. It's not inherently super harmful. It's just it gets in the way. No matter what, all air tools need some form of lubricant, most often a little bit of oil. So it's about balancing things. Now, if I wasn't using a microscope, I might not even see that. That's the thing. This is why a lot of preparators I won't say a lot of them. There are my insistence on microscopy. I'm not the only one who insists on it, and I'm just pretty vocal about it because you recognize your mistakes. It lets you see what's going wrong. And if you've been doing this for 30 years without a scope, and all of a sudden you look in and all that's happening, I think people are protecting themselves a little bit by being resistant. Thank you, Soul Guardian. I appreciate it. What kind of channels do you normally tune into? Gaming, programming, physics. There's a channel that I listen into occasionally. I think I've rated into him. He's rated into me. Physics and Depression. Sometimes I like watching people go through math, but because I don't have to do it. It's somebody else doing the math. What? Did you just use a bad word? That's right, they can't hear you. I just think I don't have any. It goes back to college having responsibilities to do all that math. I'm watching him do it. It's like I have no hair in the game. I have no hair in the game. And so I just think it's interesting. And you watch other people who do have hair in the game asking questions, being like, "Oh no, I'm gonna fail my tests." And I'm like, I'm long past those tests. Don't gotta worry about it. Yes, Ethan. Hope everybody's having a good time watching me. Lakes of Matrix, off of the top of the lake in that Matrix zone. Alright, getting closer to being ready for air abrasive work. Just trying to get rid of as much excess matrix as possible to avoid tunneling effects. This is a big skull bone here. I think this is the preoperculum under here. You can see the shadow of it coming into play, coming into form. For anybody who's joined us recently, I just put up the image of Periotis incostus. That's what I've been working on here. I've been working on Periotis testis, rather. That's what you see right here. I have the head of the Periotis incostus. I've periodically been working on next to this. But Periotis is Periotis. It's a genus of extinct arowana relatives, even though they kind of superficially resemble piranha a little more. It's 53 million years old. In this period in time called the Eocene, in southwestern Wyoming, near Kemmerer. Fairly uncommon in the formation. You have to spend couple days work before you're going through Nidia, Diplomistus, a bunch of your herring-looking fish before you run into one of these. Both came to me, colleague and quarry owners, lamenting of damage, because if I zoom out, you see we've done the caudal fin, the anal and the dorsal fin, but we move in here, there's this big cut right through the tip of the skull here. So the eye will be here, some of the teeth will be here. You can't avoid this, so in the quarry you have to, when you find a fish, you saw a square around it and then you pry it out using steel shims. And sometimes it just so happens you sawed a fish and underneath it there was another even cooler fish. So that was the case here. We might end up filling this with some false matrix, something that looks like the matrix around. But as I have talked about before, I don't like getting too artsy with things. This isn't about art. This would just be a safety measure to make sure the specimen doesn't keep flaking off around that cut. I would not paint it in. I don't paint anything in. No work that Deanna or I do is painted. That's just a bunch of garbage. You see paint on a fish, it's an easy way for somebody to make a buck off a fish, but it is not doing the specimen justice, and it's cheap. It's just cheap. A few more places we can hit with the air scribe, and then we'll get the abrasives turned on. So Deanna, when you're working on a fossil, what do you feel? How do you feel?
I don't know, kind of head kind of empty, you know, you lock in, you just stop thinking.
Head kind of empty. You lock in, you stop thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just purely vibes.
Purely vibes.
Mm-hmm.
It's purely vibes, fossil preparation. Purely vibes.
Yeah, you just turn on some music or like listen to a video essay or a podcast or whatever, and you just I don't know.
Podcast. You listen to a podcast while we're not really podcasting, but we're twitching. Listening to a podcast while you're doing a podcast. That's podception. Podception.
No. I,
I think she's gonna divorce me. We're not
Divorce
even
poor
married
Paige.
yet.
Yeah. No, I'm not gonna lie. It's mostly just been like it's mostly just been music because I can't think about like, what we're doing now and also process words.
Is
Like,
that
what-
an ADHD thing?
I don't know if it's an ADHD thing or what, but when I'm prepping alone, I can totally listen to anything. But right now, music just like this random noise, and then actually focusing on important stuff.
I listen to nothing. The void.
God, that's so
The
weird.
void.
How do you not?
What?
That's so weird.
It's not weird.
Dude just sits and listens to nothing. How do you do that?
I do it.
You're so. Nah,
I do it.
couldn't be me. What? Just.
They can't hear that.
He doesn't listen to music like ever. It's so weird.
I do when I'm driving the truck.
Yeah, it's usually my music.
Yeah, I don't want it to be your music, but you force it to
Otherwise,
be
you
your
just listen to
music.
Howard Stern.
I will play Howard Stern if he has interesting things to talk about. But mostly I play 90s on 9, 80s on 8, Pop 2K, Lithium, and Alt Nation.
Yeah,
Yeah,
same.
I'm plugging Sirius XM. They're not even sponsoring me. Well, some people are different. That's all I can say. Let's get that extractor going. I want to do some like air abrasive.
Bounce.
Don't bounce. You can't go yet. You're not allowed to. At least stick in for a little while to give people a chance to say goodbye. Turn up that extractor. Deanna thinks it's late and she wants to like do something called sleep. You're back. Are you 90?
I did too much. I didn't stretch before working out.
Apologize for leaving.
I'm sorry for
Gotta
leaving.
get close to it.
I'm sorry for leaving. I am tired.
Tell her not to be tired. Tell her not to be tired so she hangs around a little. Probably not. No. No, it's too much caffeine.
Told me not to sleep.
I didn't tell you not to sleep. I'll tell you what.
Yes.
Yeah, wow. The mic quality is good. I was going to tell her to tell them that if somebody subscribes, she stays another 20 minutes. Subscribe and you will force Deanna to stay here. And what matters is what I think about you. So they probably can't hear you. You have to be close to the microphone.
Hearing this, he's holding me hostage. This isn't fair.
I'm not holding you hostage. Nobody. I haven't seen anybody subscribe yet, so I'm not holding you hostage. It's all up to them now. Let's say in the next 2 or 3 minutes, somebody subscribes. You stay another 30 minutes. Say 30 minutes. 30 minutes.
We're prepping fish. Also fish.
Yep, so today we have 2 different specimens of Ferriotus. Sorry, I'm blind. I have a visual aid. A visual aid, but I need to hide it there, yeah. So this is a complete specimen of Ferriotus encostus. So that's what it looks like when it's done. Rugelkin subscribed. Keeps Deanna around another 30 minutes. Thank you, Rugelkin. Thank you for resubscribing. Deanna, do you want to thank Rugel?
It helps the channel, so it's appreciated.
She's so excited. She's so excited. Well, look, she's happy. Happy. She's very happy. So yeah, this is Ferriotus encostus. 53 million years old. This is a relative of modern arowana. It looks a lot like a piranha. It's not. Southwestern Wyoming, formation. Where are we right now? We're going toward the skull. This is the first skull bone coming out. It's a fairly, I'll call it rare. It's fairly uncommon in the unit. You've got to work several days before you find one of these. They're really cool. We've taken the fins out and everything, and now working toward the skull. So about to do some abrasive fun, abrasive magic. To feel that the whole setup has to. But
I can have a little abrasion as a treat.
a little air abrasion as a treat.
Yep.
Maybe next time. I have the extractor positioned in a certain way to make this whole setup work.
Make it breeze.
I'm dumb, I didn't turn it on. Diana will be right back. She's refilling the.
Not leaving the abrasive chamber.
You gotta get your lip right up to it, or else it doesn't pick up a lot of audio. The unit is off, yes, and it's being pressurized. Yeah, she is. Trust me, she's thrilled. She's thrilled. She's happy to refill the air abrasives. I'm trapped by all the. It's like a film shoot in here. I'm trapped by everything, so she has easiest access to it. So obviously, she's going to be the one refilling it. What else was I going to say? Yes, Meg teeth. I love looking for Meg teeth. I've looked for them at Sharptooth Hill and Bakersfield. Also in Central Florida. Go to the Peace River. Never found a good one in the Peace River. It's definitely a different kind of fossil preparation that you pick it up and you're it's done. I can't. You might be able to. Setting a timer for it. You probably have 26 or 27 minutes left. Good. Say something on your return. Say thank you.
So what?
Thank you, Grugelkin.
Thank you, Gurglekin. Yes, I'm thrilled to be here. So anyways, he started last.
That's the main.
So just do it. Just do it.
Not doing it at 8. This one is sturdier matrix. You can do it. Have to reorient the foot pedal a little bit. Lower the powder flow, up the pressure. Pretty. How's everybody doing? People still with me? People like fossils? Oh, that's my luck. Clog. As I was speaking, it clogged. Don't mind me, I'm just dealing with a little clogged nozzle. Bad nozzle, it clogged. Yep. This is Ferriotus encostus. The specimen I'm working on is Ferriotus testis. Shown there is Ferriotus encostus. Very similar. They're ancient arowana, 53 million years ago, the Eocene period. Smaller. And I have to unclog this nozzle using a hypodermic needle. Yeah, so today is the first day using our new audio setup. Usually everything is screaming. It is very loud in here. We have several different dust extractors running, especially because I'm using these air abrasives. We have air scribes, we have everything that makes noise. So this is a very expensive microphone and assembly that lets me come through, mostly me. It's still kind of robotic, but I can interact with you more because I don't have to go through OBS and turn off the sound every time I'm going to be describing. So we're testing this new audio and video. We have improved video. Again, thank you so much to the Jang on Twitch and YouTube working with me, giving me advice on setting up this kind of equipment. Yeah, have you heard? Have you read about the shape reconstructed skull from the 1 million-year-old pre? No, I haven't. I don't think we've heard of that. Yeah, I'm wearing hearing protection for a reason. I'm still moving this foot pedal. The air abrasives use a foot pedal that allows you to use both hands. Very important in fossil prep most of the time to have two hands available to steady yourself. Very easy to make mistakes. And really clog. Yeah, I've always been skeptical of retro deformation. No matter what, at the end of the day, the model presents us with something that was never there. It's not. You end up taking measurements off of something that was created using specific algorithms. So in a way, you are providing yourself your own measurements. Hello, Pepe Backtas is how I say it. Welcome to the stream. I'm Steve, and we are fossil preparators. Our job is to extract fossil bone, scale, soft tissue from the matrix or the rock or sediment that binds it. Today, we're doing Eocene fish. So in the upper right-hand corner of your screen, there's an image of Ferriotus encostus. I'm working on a similar specimen right now that's Ferriotus testis. Earlier, I was working on the big skull, the skull of a big Ferriotus encostus. Encostus is the larger of the two. They can get more than 2 feet long, and I believe it's upwards of 3 feet long. This testis is a 12-inch individual. Tail, and now we're working toward the parabrasive micro. Got time to go. Keep working on your fish. There are always things you can find. Things you can find. And I do have a second specimen. There's a second specimen here. I might go to it, but I'll just play the slide. So a few days ago, this is what I was working on. A large Periotis encustus split out of the 18-inch layer of the Green River Formation. This side was not in great shape. It was exposed to sun and moisture. But ideally, you have a perfect fish on the other side. So to preserve it's basically to buttress the bad side, I used Carboax. That's a polyethylene glycol 3500 mixed with cheesecloth. So that cheesecloth is kind of like the rebar for the wax to hold on to. It's reversible. You just add water to Carboax and it comes off if need be. But around that, I added plaster in the form of gypsona bandages. They're very gentle to work with. It's what doctors use to make casts. And so now that specimen is fully backed up. So now when I remove any of the remaining matrix from the front side, I don't have to worry that it'll fall apart. So there's the specimen as it stands today. It's not what I'm working on right this very moment. I'll probably transition to it soon. I was using mechanical means of preparation earlier. This is a small Periotis testis. I don't need to add that backing because shale plate is pretty thick plate of shale. So I'm not worried about it falling apart while I work on it. Thanks for the follow, Clouded Nova. Orange Hues, planning on exploring diatoms. Do they leave any ancient fossil evidence? The answer is yes, absolutely. You ever felt that crunch in your toothpaste? That comes from diatomite mines. They're mines that are anywhere from 10 to hundreds of millions of years old. And those diatoms, those fossil diatoms, the tests, the glass tests that they leave behind, that's what's causing that crunch and helping get the gunk off your teeth. Now, I'm a vertebrate paleontologist, so I don't know much about the little things. But when I was an undergraduate, we drilled cores at some springs in central Wisconsin to look for little micro fossils, radiolarians and things like that. And my advisor was stunned because we were in Pleistocene sediment with Ordovician runoff, stunned to find a Cretaceous diatom in one of my samples. And he said he had seen it once before. Sort of an exciting phenomenon. It probably was dust that blew into the Oxbow Lake back in the Pleistocene. Dust from the Rockies. Another clog on the air brakes. This is unusual. Sure, not all of it's been studied. I think that's why invertebrate paleontologists get the most job opportunities of everyone. It's studying tiny little things leads us to the black gold. This is a microabrasive unit that is right now blasting sodium bicarbonate grain sorted from 50 micron to 100 micron. So not your Walmart box of baking soda. The unit is known as a swan blaster. They're used really only in dentistry, fossil preparation, and gemology. All right, so I noticed this region is full of a lot of little microfractures. So I just threw on some consolidant. The goal is to drip that consolidant all the way through there. Let's just introduce some capillary action. Um, all preparation is inherently damaging to a fossil. Um, this is the best possible way of extracting the fossil, incurring the most minimal damage. It's the best way I can put it. You will see little pieces of bone blow away. You will see little pieces of fossil scale blow away. None of this, by the way, you'd see anyway if you were preparing naked eye. A lot of people prepare fish with by naked eye. Imagine what they're doing to the fish. Let alone the very rare things from this unit, like our logo that Deanna did there, the Paleocynopa, fossil mammal, fossil horses and birds. This region here is full of all these little microfractures, fissures. So I consolidated it here, but it didn't drag in over here. So I'm just going to douse it. So I'll just let that dry and move on to a different region. Sometimes ultrasonic cleaning comes into play. The biggest reason why we don't do that very often is because fossil bone's very hard, but it's brittle. So ultrasonic cleaning, while it tends to get little bits and pieces out of the nooks and crannies, it tends to take all those little microfractures that already exist in the fossil bone and break them apart. You end up with a million pieces, a million little pieces in some cases. In other cases, water shouldn't be applied to certain kinds of fossils. Even though these fossils have been interacting with water for millions of years, that is groundwater, um, the chemistry there is a lot different than just throwing water onto the fossil after it's been extracted from the ground. There's a lot of things to consider, including a lot of chemistry. Fossil preparation as a science isn't super fleshed out right now. There's only been a couple textbooks ever made, and there are only a few courses. It's not really developed. We don't have really our own proper journal. Um, and I can assess it that way because I am a scientist by degree. I am a paleontologist. I study and have published on taphonomy primarily. So at this point, my career is really in fossil preparation. So having worked in other forms of science, other fields of science, preparation is in its infancy. It's still trying to figure itself out. One of the reasons that I do this is so colleagues can view some clips of this show, watch how I work, and understand why I'm able to get the results that I do. Saw this jostle in here a little bit, so I'm not gonna use B76. I'm gonna use paraloid B72. That'll glue it in, consolidate. And I won't use a nozzle much later. Sometimes surface tension is that be the case, at least let me be the one to program the nanobots. Somebody takes my job. I could see it happening. But I could also see it being very, very far time away. Because there's so many different kinds of rock matrix, so many different modes of preservation, much different anatomy. Not one fish is alike. How it's posed and how it's preserved. This would have been really bony. I don't know if you've ever had carp or prepared carp, but these are all those little tiny projections of the neural spines of the dorsal vertebrae. See how soft and spongy it can be in there. That's why I have to keep just dousing it in consolidant. Sometimes I'm targeted, like how I added that paraloid. This case, I add a bunch of B76 because I want it to get absorbed in there. I want it to travel around, strengthen bone that I haven't gotten to yet, that I can't see. But once I do that, I gotta let that patch dry a little bit. Also keeping in mind when you consolidate a fossil, the consolidant can also consolidate the matrix. B76 is a perfect consolidant because it holds things in just enough, and the bigger the surface area you're talking about, the tighter it holds. So individual grains, when they get B76 together, so to speak, it doesn't give me much of a problem going through them with the air abrasive. You see right there, even though that's bone, it just wants to crumble away. Crumble there, let it crumble. Have to introduce some consolidant. Strengthen the rest of it. Mind you, if somebody's not using a microscope, they're not going to see any of this happening till it's too late, and there's one massive explosion of fish debris, fossil fish debris, like a giant exploding whale. Big old whale blowing up on the beach. Not E76.
B76.
B76 in 190 proof ethanol, otherwise known as Butevar or polyvinyl butyriol. It's a clear acrylic plastic that is archival. That means, like human lifespans, it doesn't really break down, and can be used as a solution adhesive because that acetone or that ethanol that's holding it in place, that evaporates really fast. So it's useful in the preparation sphere. And I use it in ethanol rather than acetone. Acetone has a much higher vapor pressure, which ends up pushing the consolidant out of the pores as soon as it starts to dry, and it leaves all these big bubbles behind. Ethanol dries up a little slower, and it doesn't produce nearly as many bubbles. Using paraloid, which is the more common bead you put in acetone on a fish to prepare it, is kind of like giving it the bends, no pun intended. And whenever you see me move away, I'm just making small little adjustments in pressure and powder flow volume. You need to be able to adjust your pressure and powder flow. That's why normal, ordinary sandblaster, aside from using sand, which is too abrasive, just wouldn't work because it doesn't have valves that account for such things. You also need a pinch valve so that as soon as you pull your finger off the trigger, your foot off the pedal, it shuts down the flow. It suspends the flow. There's that word we were using earlier, amphichelous. Here's the inside of a fish vertebra. It's concave like that, coming to a point on both sides. Most of the back has been together, but typically on most fossil fish, toward the front, you end up finding a few jumble up. This is where gases start to build up when it decomposes. We're lucky that this fish made it to the bottom of the lake, which was anoxic, anaerobic, and stopped breaking down. But when it died closer to the surface, it did start to break down, and this is a little evidence of that. Archival, that is a cool word, isn't it? Wish more people really knew what it meant properly. I believe Montana Ceratops is using another term you might not be familiar with, formations, as in a geological formation. So in geology, we have units of rock that are stratigraphically contiguous and alike in terms of properties like sediment type. And now next is controversial. Age. You can have one unit extend from Cretaceous into Paleocene and still maintain that unit. For example, the Hell Creek Formation, Fort Union are actually the same unit in many places. And now I'm getting like maybe too far advanced geology. But I'm working on a fossil fish that was taken out of the Green River Formation, the remains of an ancient fossil lake system from southwestern Wyoming. Died about 53 million years old ago. Look at that spongy bone there. Solidant in there.
I'm just admiring Diana's fish. The jaw is open. Ooh. Show them your fish.
Deanna's working on a different fish called Myoplosis labricoides.
This one's a little bloated, but it's sometimes you have a fat myoplosis, sometimes you have a little skinny myoplosis.
But this one, thought it was going to end up being a turd, but the mouth is actually open. It's the upper. Sometimes there's a little dead. I'm not blasting it. Sometimes there's a little dead fish in there. But I think this one's just going to have its mouth open. I think if it choked on a fish, it's a really little one. It's a really rare to find aspirating fish. So pretty soon she's going to use her hand tools to go after the eye. The eye is actually fossilized in here. It's all those scales she's got out. She had a poop right here that she excavated. That is a beautiful caudal fin. No paint, no repair, no nothing, just real. What's that? Deanna says her 30 minutes is up. Talk to them. They want to hear your voice.
Do they?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know. Maybe my 30 minutes is up.
You gotta get close to the microphone.
Maybe my 30 minutes is up. I don't know.
Is her 30 minutes up?
I don't know. You're the one with the timer.
I didn't make a timer.
I thought you did.
No, how do I do that?
On your phone?
I'm using my phone for chat.
Okay.
Okay, so 30 minutes resets, right then? No.
Okay, I've been listening to this playlist for about 30 minutes. And
She
that's-
claims to have been listening to her playlist for 30 minutes. For people who weren't listening, she was going to sleep like 30 minutes ago, and if somebody subscribed, she decided to stay, and somebody did subscribe. So she feels like the 30 minutes are up, but I haven't been counting. Are they up? I think Montana Ceratops says yes. So
Yay!
you know, I think they are. So
I'm just tired.
if you hate everybody, just tell them you don't hate them.
I don't hate you. I'm just tired.
Okay.
Oh, passive aggressive much?
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. See?
Utopian Scholastic Night.
Utopian Scholastic, 1990s nostalgic atmosphere, yes sir.
Nice fish.
Thanks.
That is cool with the mouth open.
I know, I'm so happy about that. I'm glad it wasn't a poop. And, I don't know if the teeth are gonna be all in place, but...
They're really small in myoplosis, but they should be there.
Oh, I found a couple already, I think. They're somewhere over here. I've preserved them.
Well, I will keep abrading and doing. I'll keep abrading and doing work in a moment. I'm just saying goodbye to Deanna.
Alright, night guys. Thank you for watching. Thank you for watching, and thank you for commenting and subscribing. It's very nice of you. It's very generous. We appreciate it a lot.
Montana Ceratops says, "See ya."
Bye. See ya.
I might actually get up and grab something from the kitchen, just so I can stand up and stretch. All right, everybody, I will be right back. I just have to get myself some water and stretch my legs for about 30 seconds or so. Um, I don't need your permission for that. I'm just saying I'll be right back. Thanks for being here. How's everybody doing? Gonna continue air braiding for a little while. Anyone new here? Anyone's first day on this stream wondering what the heck did I run into? What's going on? Why a fossil fish? Why not dinosaurs? Well, in truth, we will do dinosaurs. Um, Once I get a decent enough setup going, maybe even as soon as this Friday around 2 p.m., live from Badlands Dinosaur Museum, working on histotonic articulated tyrannosaur. Just adjusting my lights here. A subadult Daspletosaurus, we believe. Nicknamed Denver's Tyranno, or as the preparators call it, Tantalus. Tantalus. I discussed all those specifics earlier. But for the heck of it, I could reiterate. So on Friday, and hopefully randomly other weeks, and perhaps every other Fridays, this is what I'll be working on. So live from Badlands Dinosaur Museum in Dickinson, North Dakota. That's where I am acting as lab manager. We're a federal repository, and we have the biggest fieldwork program in terms of scale in North America. So we have a lot of dinosaurs in my lab, but this one is possibly the coolest. So I've already got the feet and the gastral basket out, and I've completed the tail, the entire tail. It has a tip that goes over the base of the neck vertebrae here. This is just a reconstruction of what we thought was going on in 2020. It was airlifted out via Chinook dual rotor helicopter in October 2021. I started work on the main block the following September. So right now, where I'm sitting on the block, I have to sit to work on it, is where the skull should be. So we're getting there, and I think people should be able to experience the dinosaur work too. You know, I'm not as much of a dinosaur person. I just manage a lab with a bunch of dinosaurs. Friday, 2 p.m. Mountain Time, if I've gotten everything correct. But in the meantime, this is what we're working on. Ferriotus. I have a Ferriotus testis. This is an Encostus. And you just got to do this work under the scope. Lucky that I have arranged this microscope camera that can help you see into the world fossil preparation. Yeah, I commissioned myself to do this one. Yeah, almost everything you'll see me work on is more or less self-commissioned. I love when it goes smoothly. Just have bare bone to work with. Scale over bone, that complicates it. You'd think we'd be excited about fossilized scales. I can't say they lose their allure. They're just part of the challenge of working on specimens from a conservat Lagerstadt. Another problematic term in geology lore that people might not be familiar with. Green River Formation, specifically the 18-inch layer where this fish and all the other fish I've worked on this stream come from, is a conservat Lagerstadt. That means in terms of preservational quality, it is one of the few regions in the world where you can get soft tissues, things like gut traces, out of a fossil. And there's a whole list. It's like an official list of Pokemon, except for the Conservat Lagerstadt. There's also Concentrat Lagerstadt, places that have unusually high concentrations of fossils, but Conservat Lagerstadt, it's a nice list, but I found fossil fish of very similar preservation in the Judith River and in the Hell Creek. Would that make the quarry I'm sitting in with the fish a conservat Lagerstadt? I suspect what's really going on is that exceptional preservation of things all the way from scales to gut traces and soft tissues is actually pretty common. It's just we haven't had the tools or the inkling to look at any of these places. I worked on the first Tanis fish, so all the holotypes in the Grandy paper, that was mostly my work. All of those fish were remarkably well preserved at Green River level in terms of scales, thinner than Bible paper. We had all of that going on. All of that going on. If anything, they were better preserved than the Green River fish I was doing for Lance at the time. So you're helping update the wiki conservat stuff. Well, one thing that's up there that needs to go is Tanis. Tanis is certainly not a conservat Lagerstadt. Specifically because the reproducibility is not there. People that own the land won't let anybody on the land to independently verify the claims of, pterosaurs and eggs that are clearly ordered from China. I understand that me saying that I don't believe Tanis is real and that it's all a fraud. I understand me saying that shouldn't disqualify it from being in the Wikipedia because everybody has opinions. What disqualifies it is that nobody's been allowed to go there and verify that those things are happening, other than a select group of insiders who are approved by the ranchers. Even places like Messel that are mostly closed down now, somebody needs to get there. They can get there. Or like a German researcher or something. And I do acknowledge the fish are exquisitely preserved. A ton of jackets came in from that deposit to the Field Museum before they were ever, worked by Robert De Palma. And it was all fish. There were no dinosaur bones, just fish, just exquisitely preserved fish. If you want to make it the case that it's a conservat Lagerstadt because of the exceptional preservation On the fossil fish, I might hear you out. I might hear that out. But then it's the broader question of then is anywhere where you find a good fossil fish a Lagerstadt? In the case with tennis, it's a good site if you want to find fossil fish. There's nothing else there. Sorry to say, it's not real. Nozzle keeps clogging on me. Not time to order a new one. They are not cheap. Maybe I'll have to. Why do you clog? Why do you clog? Proper clogging. Well, now I have to go to the floor because the nozzle just fell on the floor. Not immediately apparent as to where the nozzle fell on the floor, so this might be a few seconds. I found it. Yeah, the nozzle is probably very tired. It's been through the ringer in many ways. Now, the thing that's really important not to lose is the hypodermic needle. They're made really well to withstand a lot of this. There are some, I think, that are ruby or sapphire coated. This is just tungsten carbide. But the ruby coatings can have their own unique problems. Another thing, I have the pressure really low on the unit, and it's always more likely to clog when the pressure is low and the powder flow is relatively high in comparison. So if I change those numbers a little bit, it might come into my favor. These units, even though in concept, a lot of people, I hear them say sandblaster. In concept, I understand how they're similar. They actually work quite differently. There's a lot more that can go wrong in a micro abrader. Similar feel to the mechanic in a game called Gunk. Is that a PC game? Diana was introduced to fossil preparation, uh, I'm told, really through a game called Fossil Fighters. I'm a little older, so I didn't interact with Fossil Fighters, but she showed it to me, and I think it's the closest you can get to the fossil preparation video game. That's on, I think it's a DS console.
Yeah, that can be proven. Can be proven is the key. Tennis isn't real, not because it isn't real, which, well, it isn't, but it isn't real because nobody else can study it, but people that De Palma and that group of first authors approve can be brought to the site. And I wonder why they would have an arrangement like that. Oh, you're in ads. Yeah, yeah, your message. It made sense. I basically prove, that word prove is what's important. And, having Tanis on that list, implies that that can be proved, which it can't because only researchers the original publishing group approve of are allowed onto the site. That is the definition of it's not even pseudoscience. It's not doing science. That is not doing science. I have had conversations with some people who are probably your professors and mentors at MOR, at least two of them being in complete agreement, effectively. I know a lot of us, even though we're not speaking it, are thinking the same things. I'm gonna blame Deanna. She probably added the powder wrong. I'm just gonna say it's her fault. I don't usually get clogs. I'm wondering if the bicarbonate has some moisture in it or something. When we're done today, I'll check the moisture filter as well. Yeah, I feel like I have no reason to be quiet about it. I don't think anybody has a reason to be quiet about it. It wasn't until De Palma had more of those ethical controversies that people started to ask questions as to, is that whole thing just fake? My opinion, most of it is. The fish aren't. I don't think they have spherules in their gills. I think they have something else, but I can't say what that is. That's actually a manuscript in the works. You heard it here first. And as with a lot of other issues in paleontology, it all started with a controversial researcher. I should say an unethical white male researcher. Another cloud. Yeah, I'm not used to it clogging so much. Vast majority of folks are wonderful. Absolutely. Can't let one bad apple spoil the bunch. In some cases it does. That's one thing I forgot to do was update the Discord invite. The links expire like weekly. Yeah, I should say my mods should get around to doing that. Deanna knows Discord a lot more than me, so she was dealing with almost all of the Discord related things. But thank you, Montana Ceratops, for throwing the right link in. Thank you for follow, Lysano. Invite, go to edit invite link to never. I do all that on my PC, so I just screenshotted that. Then, of course, I have to give it to the bot. Before this, I had never clicked on a Discord anything. So the Discord's just like the Twitch stuff, totally new. I guess I can't say Twitch is totally new anymore. 10 or 11 months ago, I was able to say that. Now I have better audio. Better video. Just not a working Discord link. Brownie face. Brownie face. Oh, please do. I'd love to see it get more active. I've checked in on it a little more than I was before. You know Denver? From where do you know Denver? Feel like I've spent damn near half my life with Denver. All sorts of people have met Denver in all sorts of ways. This is a coprolite right here. In the Green River Formation, fossil poops look quite a bit like poops. So you're on Facebook with him and you've sent them some emails. He has, he's very passionate. He is. From the moment he was born, he has never lost enthusiasm. It's one of the biggest things about Denver. Especially when it comes to dinosaurs, ceratopsians in particular. Hi, Harry O'Cats. Harry O'Cats. I think it is a nice evening. You have jumped into my lab. Today I am extracting a fossil, an extinct arowana relative from the Eocene. It's about 52 million years old. I'm extracting that out of this oil shale. So this is from the Green River Formation, a geological unit in southwestern Wyoming that was an ancient system of lakes called the Fossil Lake System. So these are some of the ribs right here. This is the front, this is the skull. That's all still under the oil shale. Only some of the bones are peeking out. In the quarry, this was hit by a saw. You don't see what's underneath a plate of shale that you're removing, so they didn't see there was a fish under here, but that's okay. I'll show you how to deal with that. But we've already worked out the back of the fish. Let me just dust that off. Already worked out the back of the fish, so here's the dorsal fin, anal fin, caudal fin here. And just we're working toward the head. These are some of the last vertebrae before you hit the skull. These are turned in on themselves, so you can see that amphicoelous nature, that concavity here and here. It's like a lot like a carp. There are a lot of rays that protrude off of the dorsal neural spines that make all this fluffy stuff. And then it, of course, has a bunch of scales, a lot of fossilized scales. That's all these textured things here. That's all fossil scale. Oop, look at that. So I'm clicking my pedal here, and we have some fluid come out of the airline. Which isn't a problem. We use water to dab these fish off. It's a little surprising to come out of the airline. So I don't want water in the air while I am abrading. So what I'm going to do is step away for a second and swap out the filter.
First, let me expel some of the water. How's it going? So, I think with this filter issue and everything, seeing as it's been more than 4 hours, I'll probably call it quits. Um, there's some water in the lines, which there shouldn't be, so I have to look into that. It's probably an easy fix. It's just probably going to take 20 or 30 minutes, and by then I'll probably want to end anyway. So, is there anyone out there who is broadcasting right now who you think we could give a little love, give a little raid? Thanks for the follow, Harry Cat. Appreciate that. We'll just find somebody out there. Somebody out there. Who is live? Mystery Science Theater. Not many online channels. Man, it's just a weird time. A weird time to set up a raid. Also, thank you so much for being here, everyone. Always Sundays, 10 p.m. Mountain Time. It's a weird time, but we get a lot of people from all across the globe, and I appreciate that. I'm going to try for Friday at 2 p.m. if the audio video stuff works out at Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Working on an epistotonic tyrannosaur skeleton, so you can dive into that work environment. I think with that, we'll just call it quits on this one. Totally inactive out there. It's a good time to be on Twitch. Good time to be on Twitch. All right. Love you, everyone. Peace. See you later.